most fragrant herbs and
Now there'll be no one to man the shop. Gone, just like that. And without so much as a by your leave.
What's the matter?
It's my apprentice. He up and vanished while my back was turned. I'd go and look for him myself, but I've got a bakery to run. A bakery that, loath though I am to rely on the kindness of strangers, I'm at a...
I'll see what I can do.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was off somewhere mooning at Drake's Fang.
All right. Then that's where I'll start.
Oh, where did all the men of the rock go?
made from the stoutest stoneware.
Excuse me.
What do you want?
The baker sent me to find you.
I'm certainly not a baker. My time was the sight of the fang used to calm my...
I take it you missed them.
I hated her, but she was all I knew. I had to trade my... She was the only thing that could fill the hole inside, and now she's gone. What am I supposed to do? I ask her. How does a shell of a man learn to live again?
Perhaps you could express yourself in your work.
Recapture it? I'm a... You know, I have to get back to the bakery right away.
Wait. Suppose you won't be needing an escort then.
Faster! Take a sniff, good sir. Be transported.
Ah, there you are. Though I worry you might have stoked the flames a little too high.
Master, it's ready.
I dare say it is.
Just look at it. A perfect her steeple peaks, her fulsome spurs, her inviting hollow. True, my loaves collapse more often than not, but... And look, inside. She's filled. Master, I have...
Well, if it tastes half as unique... No, I don't know how you did it. Now, Dusan, I know you're keen,
Make a
but do you
fine
have to
gift for
put
your
salt?
beloved.
Leave some for the rest of us.
Sorry, Master. I'll go and get some more later.
Good day to you.
The crystals we get from the tailor are all but worthless.
We haven't much, but you're free to look.
hope it's to your liking. Good day.
If you ever need a room, Sid, just say the word.
Good to see you, Sid, as always. Master Quentin's out back.
Ah, Clive. Your timing is exquisite.
Go on.
There are whisperings afoot of shadowy figures having been sighted outside the village. Rustlings in the undergrowth, suspicious noises. It may be no more than a surfeit of nerves, understandable in the current climate, or, given what I hope you'll forgive me calling your nose for trouble, I wondered if you might investigate.
Of course.
Excellent. You might begin by speaking with the good citizens of Lostwing. Listen.
All right.
Hello, Sid. Take a seat.
Right. Let's see what the people of the village have to say. I'd better find out if this is just nerves, or something we need to take more seriously.
The crystals we get from the tailor all but worthless.
It's all but spent. What do we do now?
You alright, Sid? Something...
There is actually. Quentin tells me people have mentioned shadowy figures out in the wood.
Oh, that... I heard the rumours, mind, from the lads working over at the vineyard, but...
All right.
You're quite talented with that rod of yours.
I've caught my share with it, as did my grandfather before.
Do you have a moment? There's talk of suspicious fig...
No, but I've heard something. Sound
Where was this?
in Lawbert's Park. Was out foraging for herbs when I heard it. Screeching out from between the... Ran back here as quick as my legs would carry me.
I see. Seems Lawbert's Pass is our best bet then. What do you say, Torgal? Shall we go and investigate? You there.
Fuck! He's seen us. Get them before they escape!
Black Shields. Here.
What the hell are you doing here?
What is it to you? Not that we give a damn. All that matters to us is that you don't leave here alive.
Come feel my majesty.
It's over. Stay down. To me, Flames! Fire and flame!
Why were they here? Were they planning an attack on Lost Wing? I need to warn Quentin.
There's talk.
And what can I do for you? An excellent choice. Come back again.
Good day to you.
The crystals we get from the tail are all but worthless.
Clive, how goes the hunt for our sinister figures?
I found some black shields hiding near Lorbert's.
Black shields, though they serve another master now. One who means to root out and destroy, and it would appear the pack has finally damn it all. I had hoped I would have more time than this. More time to prepare. But, and bite back we...
I'm sorry. You're going to need to... Who did the black shield serve now? And why would...
Because I want him dead.
Who?
The former Lord Chief Justice of Sanbreque.
I don't understand. Why him? Why Lost Wing?
I suppose it is better that you know the truth. I was a member of the judiciary once. So sickened was I by the injustice of this world. I swore and fight it I did. I saw more than a few corrupt officials condemned to the very cells into which they had thrown blameless innocents. Men to whom the law was but a scourge to turn against the powerless. And throughout, it was the Lord Chief Justice who backed me, who was my one true ally in the quest to see justice done.
So what changed?
I discovered that he hunted bearers for sport. I was a fool to think he shared my hatred of venality and vice, a means of ridding himself of his rivals, a mask to hide the rot beneath. His response, however, was right, and he faced no punishment. I lost everything. The faith I had once held that any modicum of justice might be achieved through the court. So I set about enacting my own. I tracked down every soul who served him and slit their throats myself. But the man himself proved an altar with money and power, and so I saw that I would need an army of my own. I came here to Lostwing and began recruiting like-minded individuals.
And everyone here knows this is why you do what...
Of course. They too have seen faultless friends sent to the gallows to spare the guilty. All under the watchful eye of the Lord Chief. Our wounds are the same. We know where he hides, how numerous. What we did not know until now, however, was that his...
Quentin.
Our time is short. He may move against us at any moment, unless... My friends and comrades...
I'm not going to change his mind.
I'm telling you, it's true. I heard it from Otto's own lips. He's dead.
We're seeing troops amassing at every border crossing.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back. Come again. I may have more for you. How may I help you today, Clive? Kuka. But when I close my eyes... Only I don't know how. I wish you were here. May the goddess go with you.
Back, are ya? Not saying Fornian, do you? And?
Well, don't just stand there gawping. Coin purse weighing you down. Is that all?
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need behind.
Any friend of the innkeeper is a friend of mine. Keep fighting the good fight.
I'm telling you, it's true. I heard it from Otto's own lips. Hugo Kupka is dead.
He cracked the crystal too? You're joking.
Back, are ya? What do you want? Anything else?
I went up to give some greens to the boat, and do you know what it did?
I have done it, Sid. I have learned all the letters.
Everyone.
If I don't come up with something soon.
All right, Clive? What do you want?
I'm going to visit Sid, and I thought you might like to come with me.
Sorry, I'm too busy for all that right now. I've got to get this thermal displacement stack sorted.
Thermal.
Displacement stack. Here.
And this is for...
Only the fastest, finest ship the world has ever seen. The Enterprise. Me and my dad designed it together. Where other vessels rely on the fickle winds to drive them through the water, ours is fitted with mithril engines. And those things have got more push than a behemoth in a bad mood, and more heat than all the hells put together. Which is where the stack comes in. I may have already talked some tight-lipped shipwrights into putting the hull together for me in a little dockyard in Canva. But the stack's a bit more involved, so I'm building it here. Thing is, it's so involved that I'm running behind and it's starting to hold things up over at the shipyard. I'll come and see my dad, though, when I'm done. Whenever that is.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Good old Clive. I were hoping you'd say that. First things first, I need some parts meching. The stack will be made up of 3 major components. There's the plating, here, that channels hot vapors away from the engine. The helm over the top, that disperses all that heat into the air. And the shielding around the sides. That stops the rest of the ship from going up in flames.
A full suit of armor, then. Probably best to take it one piece at a time.
Then you'll need to start with the plating. Everything else fits onto it. I've got the designs and the list of materials here. Show these to Blackthorn. He'll know what to do.
I can't make head nor tail of them.
Luckily, you don't need to.
I think mid might need some...
I went up to give some greens to the chocobo.
Blackthorn.
Out with it.
It's for mid.
This my last chance to say I'm otherwise engaged. Spare myself the arse. Go on then. What is it this time?
She said you would know.
Krieger's Tates. Well, I don't know what the hell you'd want this for, but I can make it. Won't be easy, though, and I'll need help. Get Gavin Otto in here, will you?
All right.
So Mid's roped us all in here again, has she? Typical. Still, if that's what it takes to get her to visit Sid's grave, I'll do what I can.
And,
Take a look at this. It's this plating. The usual sword-grade steel won't work. We need something that can get very hot, That means an alloy. Something that won't break or buckle at the temperatures she's talking about. Which is where you lot come in. I need materials, and there's a special kind of sand I'm after that you can only find out in the Valcroy. Stardust. As for the rest of the stuff, my usual supply should have it in stock. It just needs buying and bringing back here.
Well, we'll get it. One of us should probably give you an hand coat in the sand.
And the other can go and get the rest from this supplier.
Right then.
Well, make your minds up who's going where. We can get this over with.
Up to you who you take to the desert. I mean, Gav's good.
You going after the Stardust then? Which one of these two lucky... Oh, it's not like it's the most important decision. You've ever had to make?
Up to you who you take to the desert. I mean, Gav's good in a fight, but he don't have my winning personality.
Ah, don't listen to him. You'll be in the lowest of low company with either of us.
Up to you who you take to the desert. I mean, Gav's good in a fight, but he don't have my winning personality.
Ah, don't listen to him.
You going after which one of the...
Gav, you're with me.
All right, then. So,
There's a river that runs through the southern reaches of the Velcroy. It's the Black Sand...
Southern reaches of the Velcroy, eh? I'll go and scout the place out. See about hiring us a wagon to bring the stuff back to.
All right.
While you're off having a paddle, I'll pick up the rest of the stuff from Blackthorn's supplier. Take care.
You two, eh? Don't go letting them fleece you.
Fleece me?
Sounds like this river we're looking for is... It's out for the Dalamil Inn. I'll hire us a wagon.
Looks like I found the river. Now where's Gav? Sorry to keep you, Gav.
Better late than I've had a quick scout about, and I reckon round here's our best bet if... Don't know what Blackthorn's planning to do with it, though. I asked over in Dalamil, and they... But if Stardust is what Blackthorn wants, Stardust is what he'll get. There's plenty of...
Then let's get bagging.
We shall.
So this is Stardust. It just looks like black sand to me. should be enough for now. Let's see how Gav's getting on.
You finished?
Enough.
Oh, you wait. That might even be enough. Here. Feels like ages since we had the chance to talk. You know, man to man like.
It does, doesn't it?
Back when you first took Sid's name, we were talking all the time. Working out what to do in that.
There was a lot to work out.
And there still is. Those shoulders of yours starting to feel the strain. Hardly ever see you around the hideaway nowadays. You can take a day off, you know.
Says the man who spends most of his time behind enemy line.
Only 'cause you keep sending me there.
I know I can count on you, Gav.
Likewise. So you keep sending me wherever you need to, and I'll keep going. Safe in the knowledge that I have a home to come back to. Thanks to you. Right. That's enough sopping. We'd better get this lot back to Blackthorn before he slings...
You go on ahead. And try to get some rest.
Oh, I plan after Blackthorn gets what he...
Right. Ready to go home, boy? Let's hope this is all Blackthorn needs.
All right, Clive. I gave all that...
Blackthorn. Got everything you need?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Cheers for the Stardust. Should be enough to begin.
We should go out on maneuver, or beat sneaking around.
I'll make a start on putting this thermal plating together then. It'll take some time, mind. So if you've got other things to be getting on with, I could do without you breathing.
Thank you, Blackthorn. I'll admit...
Suppose we'd better be getting back.
Give us a shout if you need it.
visitors started reading books that don't have any pictures in.
If I don't come up with something soon.
You'll be pleased to hear that Blackthorns started work on the plating.
Excellent. 1 down, 2 to...
So?
The helm, of course. For this, we'll be repurposing fallen scrap.
Salvage from the ruins?
But we don't have...
I'm sorry.
Just so happens there's one particular ruin that's broken into exactly the right shape and size pieces for what we need. What's the name back there? I'll give you all the details.
What's her name? Right.
Talk to her back there. You know, thingy. She'll tell you exactly which bits of which ruin we need. You just need to...
Oh, Sid, is this about the helm?
Yes. Mid said I should speak with you.
I'll show you the plans then. Here you see the mithril engine, in which mithril is burned to generate heat. That heat is then harnessed to produce motive force. Excess heat is dealt with by means of the thermal displacement stack, which does now. Were we to rely on thermal plating alone to achieve this effect, the rate of excess heat buildup would far exceed that. In other words, the reactor would overheat and eventually explode. This is where the helm comes in. It connects to the plating, you see, and serves as a sort of thermal sink to absorb all that Our experiments have shown that fallen ceramics are remarkably thermophilic. And not only that, why, if sea or rainwater were to enter the reactor proper, it would vaporize.
You can stop that. Mid said we might be able to... Where would I find it?
Yes. The thing is, well, I probably should have arranged to have the pieces we need brought here sooner. You see, it's no longer a matter of just walking in and taking them. It's,
I see. Then I suppose I'd better deal with this on... Would that help?
Oh, very much. I'll gather my team and head there right away.
is over.
Oh, there you are, Sid. The ruins are just over there, as it...
Of course. Anybody home? This must be our unwanted visitor. Time to go. The things I do for you, Mitt.
Sid!
You shouldn't have any trouble now.
Indeed. Well, don't let us keep you. We'll,
All right.
Your work is done, Sid. We'll take care of the rest. Let Mid know she'll have her helm very soon.
He cracked the crystal too? You're joking.
Editors started reading books that don't have any pictures in. Why would anyone do that?
I knew it was a good idea to have editors study alongside the children. It's really stoked their competitive spirit.
If I don't come up with something soon.
Mid. Helena has recovered.
Excellent.
And just...
Right. Right.
How so?
The plating's enough to stop the engines going pop. But those things will still be spitting out enough fire to set the rest of the ship, which is why you need a prism for the dragon's breath that's I thought a triple thick layer of tempered steel might do it. Or more of the stuff that the Fallen use, but they'd both be too heavy. The helm and the plating are bulky enough as it is. Add any more weight and the whole ship would be at the bottom of the briny before we'd even start. I need something light. But I've wrapped me...
Well, if I were in need of obscure knowledge, I know whose counsel I would seek.
Tomes? Yeah. Well, I thought I've got all the details written down. Can you take this to him? See what he makes...
Right away.
I went up to give some greens to the chocolate.
Thanks to Sid, the man who...
Hippocrates, do you have the moment?
For you, Clive? Always.
Well, actually, it's for mid this. Could you take a look at this?
Shielding for a mithril engine? What are these notes around the edges?
She has some specific requirements for the materials. The shielding needs to be able to resist extreme heat on the inside, and yet remain cool enough on the outside not to set the ship alight, while also being light enough not to sink it. As you can imagine, she's struggling to find anything that meets her needs.
I see.
I wondered if you might know of a solution, or if you might be able to search the records for one.
Perhaps. It is not a different material.
What do you mean?
Consider the lake we have made our home. Its blighted waters eat away far more quickly than fresh water or even brine, at timber and steel alike. And yet, we have made a home here from those
We have, but Bardolph must varnish every board twice over to keep it from rotting. And Obelisk complains that without a constant supply of... I see.
Early Gregorian histories speak of a preparation known as moon dew. Before the dragoons tamed the worms and wyverns of the realm, nobles would daub their cuffs.
So if we could...
It might be applied to some material or other in order to provide the protection Mid requires. As to how best to apply it, I shall speak to them and see what... If you would be so kind as to procure the necessary ingredients, I shall discuss the specifics of how it might be most effective. The knowledge of the past may yet...
Thank you, Harbok. And since you're asking others to help you...
So you need a hand, do you?
We do. I'll be heading to market for the ingredients we need. I could do with some help.
The other can assist me in researching how best to prepare the shielding itself.
Can we count on your aid?
Always. Well, if Jill's game.
Thank you.
I am sure either of these fine young minds would prove indispensable in my research. I leave the... as to who will go with whom in your capable hands, Clive.
Shielding that guards against even the most ferocious flames. I could have done with some of that on Drustinus.
I doubt I would have survived that place with or without it. A trip to Northreach, though, I think either of us could handle.
Shielding that guards against even the most ferocious flames. I could have done with some of that on Drustinus.
I doubt I would have survived that place with or without it. A trip to Northreach, though, I think either of us could handle.
So, Clive, who will accompany...
All right. So, what are we fetching?
I have taken the liberty of preparing a...
Garlic? Conch shells? Are you sure this is the right list? Looks like the ingredients for someone.
Though these items may seem mundane, they have potent effects that are rarely exploited,
effects for which they were once highly prized. So much so, in fact, that they were harvested almost to extinction. Hence moon dews having fallen from... Now, of course, they can be obtained with ease.
Well, I was hoping...
All right. Stay safe.
See you later, Clive.
Good luck with your wreath. Now, where's Talia?
Keep them pilchards nice and chilled.
Need to stock up on these.
Spoiling another catch.
There you are, Talia.
Ah, and there you are. We shouldn't have any problems finding what we need. But if time is of the essence, perhaps we...
All right.
Let's see now. Why don't you take the garlic and the peppy? Meet me by the gate when you've got them.
Oi, don't touch anything. And thanks for nothing.
There's talk of the glass gate flood.
What can I interest you in today? I trust it's all here.
That should do it. Hopefully Talia's finished too.
Well, did you find...
I did.
Garlic and pepio nuts. We should get this back to Tomes then. But we're not in... Do you know, I think this is the very first time we've been out on an errand together.
I think you might be right.
In all the years since you and that scowl of yours first appeared, you haven't invited me out once. For shame.
Well, it seemed long overdue. And you did say you had some shopping to do.
I was hoping to restock my supplies of herbs and liniment, yes. You and Jill alone burned through them like wildfire. No luck, though. My usual supplier's not here, and
I'll ask Karen when we get back. What is it?
Oh, I came here with Sid once. Shopping for supplies, just like today. And just like today, I came away empty-handed. Sid even said has it really been? I remember it as if it was yesterday. Hold on. Does that mean it's been 5 years since we met? Feels a lot longer.
It does. In a good way, of course. Thank you.
For what?
For everything. I just want you to know that all you've done for us.
Do you think I'd stick around if I thought... But in the spirit of sharing and caring, you're appreciated too. Well, I think we've tarried long and I ought to get these ingredients back to Tomes so he can... I'll meet you back at the hide.
All right.
I heard you the first time.
Wonder how Hippocrates is getting on with the moon dew. How's work on the shielding progressing?
Well, very well indeed. I was just explaining to Taya how we might... And now that we have all the ingredients, we may begin.
You can count on me. I've mixed more than a few mysterious concoctions in my time.
What about the shielding itself?
Work is underway, under the watchful eyes of Bardolph and Obolus.
Apparently, it'll be ready soon.
Thank you. All of you.
Right then. Jill, would you join me in the infirmary? Many hands make light work and all that.
Of course.
Oh, and Clive. It was good to talk. We should do it again sometime.
It appears our work here... A shame. I was when both the shielding and the moondew are ready, it will merely be a matter of applying the one, followed by a rigorous process of testing, and perhaps someone ought to warn young Mid of that.
Leave it to me. Thank you, Abba. Well, I better go and give Mid the good news then.
We're seeing troops amassing at every border.
How may I help you today, Clive? Come to claim your just desserts? Here you are. All done?
Sorry to keep you waiting, but you'll be pleased to know that work on the shielding is underway.
You found something for it?
In a manner of speaking. Hippocrates knew of a substance that's highly resistant to heat. He's supervising the construction and testing of the shielding.
Brilliant.
Thank me.
Right then. Better start working out how to bolt to the Black Hat.
You know, when I got into the smithing game, I thought I'd be making swords and shields, not thermal bleeding, didgeridoo.
Displacement stacks.
Same difference. Whatever you call it, I ain't putting it together in here. Let's take this out. Mid, you get all the parts lined up on the deck.
On my way.
Oh, and bring me the biggest hammer you can find. This...
It's finished! It's finally finished!
Thank fuck for that. I'll be feeling my hammer arm for weeks.
Thank you, Clive. That's one down and just...
I'm sorry.
Oh, didn't I tell you? The Enterprise has 4 mithril engines, and we'll be needing a display...
You don't mean...
Now they've got a finished one to work off. My gang in Canva can build the...
Good luck to them. Right, I'm off to get a sling for this elbow. Any other work comes in, keep it to yourselves, eh?
What's the matter?
Nothing. Just daydreaming. Thinking about the Enterprise sailing off over the horizon to shores unknown, searching for a land untouched by the Blight. Just like me and my dad planned. So if the worst came to the worst and every scrap of soil in the twins turned black... That's what she was meant to be. You see, one last chance just in case we needed it. But now she's so close to being finished, I've realised I don't want it to be that. I don't want it to be just a lifeboat for us to cling to if things get desperate. I want people to sail aboard her by choice. Not in a world where we're not just trying to survive, but...
I'm working on that, and I'll do everything I can to get you what you want.
All right. My mind's made up. As soon as the Enterprise is fit to sail, I'm putting her under your command. Sod our plans. I'm trusting in you.
Are you sure about this?
Something tells me it's what my dad would have wanted.
He'd be proud of you.
You were gonna visit his grave, weren't you?
I was. And you can come too, now that your little project is finished.
Right. There's just one thing I need to finish up first. Won't be a mo.
All right. I'll let Otto know you're coming. Meet us in the mess when you're ready.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Crack the crystal too? You're joking.
Trouble with the ledgers. Shouldn't he be asking Otto for help? What could be wrong with Torgor? He seemed well enough when I last saw him. Hopefully it's nothing.
I heard what you told Nan about Kupka. Hopefully all our old friends can rest easy now.
I got your note. You think something's wrong?
So you can read. But I didn't say how we're wrong with him. I said something weren't right. He used to love cracking the bones from Molly's boiled brown, but now I didn't like him. Which is why I'm of a mind that his mind's on something. You've not been working him too hard, have you?
No harder than you? Is that it, boy? Do you need a rep?
What was it you said he was? A frost wolf?
That's what the lawsman seems to think.
Then maybe this all has something to do with whatever it is that's woken inside him.
I suppose things have been different since Rosalith. Perhaps Hippocrates knows something.
Instead of everything, you mean? Perhaps. Is it business or pleasure? I don't claim to know much about frost wolves, but I expect... Going purse weighing you down? Is that all?
Lawsman, I need to ask you about Torgal.
He isn't ill, is he?
I don't think so. But according to Lady Karen, he seems to have lost his appetite. She says he's hardly been touching his bones of late, and she believes it may have something to do with what happened at Rosalith Castle.
I rather think she might be right. Though all canids are instinctively inclined to crack open bones for the rich marrow that resides within, and I see no reason why a frost wolf should be any different. Accordingly, I suspect it is not a lack of appetite that afflicts Torgal, but a surfeit of it. If we assume that his newfound magics require additional nourishment to sustain, it may well be that the bones Lady Karen is accustomed to providing are frost wolves, after all, habitually prey upon far larger animals, whose bones may yield altogether different nutrients. As to where one might find a suitable substitute, some antelopes that graze the meadows of eastern Rosaria have been known to grow to a size more than double that of their...
I don't recall ever seeing any that large.
And little wonder. The oldest and largest such creatures rarely leave the safety of the highlands. The last elder antelope sighting I recall hearing about took place near Cressida.
Even so.
Good hunting, Clark.
Blackthorn.
Not really. No.
This won't take. I just wanted to ask how you're getting on. And you might still be doubting your craft. Even after learning the trick of that cuirass. Perhaps sharing your thoughts might help.
That bastard's like a dog. Still, you got a keen eye, I'll give him. He's just, well...
And that was?
A sword. An odd-looking thing with the metal itself wasn't anything to write home about, but fuck me. You could slice a man clean in two with a weapon like that, and he'd be halfway home before...
So that's what's troubling you?
No. Not troubling me exactly. More...
And if you knew how to do it, we could arm the curse breakers with even better blades.
That's about the size of it.
I'll see what I can find out. Sharper swords are always welcome. And we can't have our master blacksmith...
You're a soft touch, you know. But I can't say I'm not grateful for it.
Thank you. Let's see what Karen knows about the... You're looking well, Karen.
What do you want?
I want to know about the sword you showed Blackthorn. Single-edged and extremely sharp.
Running around after him again, are you?
I suppose I am, yes. But I need to help him find out how to work an edge like that.
Little wonder, I suppose. There's not many like that make it as far as the twins, and those that do go straight into private collections, which made it nice and easy finding a buyer.
Can you tell me who bought it?
You think I tell people who my clients are? Suppose you're not likely to go nicking him off me, are you now? Fine. If you stop mooning at me like that. Lord Ignac's the man you want. Dalmekian bloke. Collects weapons and the like. And he's got more money than sense, which is why he's one of my favourite clients. Reckon he'll still be at the inn in Dalamil, where I left him.
Thank you, Karen.
Oh, and he's a touch eccentric, if you take me mean.
I appreciate the warning.
Is that the thing Tomes helped him? He said it was some sort of cheese.
I went up to give some greens to the chocobo.
I wish I could take one of our birds.
Well. Here, Sid. Reckon you might be just the man to help me out of a bit of bother, if you've a mind to.
Let's hear it.
Well, it's about this alembic the chief's got me making. Lovely bit of kit, it is. Bung in a solution you want splitting, and it will separate it out, just like that. Problem is, it won't always get rid of all the impurity, which is why I've been looking for something to filter.
I imagine Ty could get some use out of this alembic too. Distilling medicines and the like. All right. Why not?
Proper.
So what exactly do you need for this filter?
Nothing but bomb ash'll do, says the chief. Gave me a sample she'd obtained from the university stores. You pour the blackest blight water through it, and it comes out clear as a mountain stream. So, I did a bit of reading about where I might be able to get hold of this, and do you know what I found out? It's only the blimmin' bones of a bomb king. They leave them behind when they die, see?
I take it that's where I come in.
I saw a billet on the hunt board for one just the other day. Would have gone myself, but, well, fighting dirty great balls of...
All right.
Thank you kindly.
I think Mid might need some help.
Clive.
That's why I'm here.
Shh. I don't want you listening. Is there... a little... Listen. I've some bad news, and it's maybe my fault. But I swear to the God, sadly, that square turned out to be more... I can straighten it out, I swear, but it's going to take some time. I'm going to need help keeping it from...
Bit late for that, I would say.
There you are! What a surprise!
So let me get this straight. And instead of coming straight to... you get Clive to come to you. You know, he'll dig you out of the man in charge of the place you've been cheerfully trying to bankrupt. Well, who needs pay?
Oh, just Martha.
We owe 3 of our most trusted friends...
each. 5 million each. They lent us the bulk of the money we used to rebuild the hideaway, you see, and, well,
Those ledgers were my responsibility.
Do we have that much to hand? I can always ask my uncle.
No, we don't. And no, you won't. We've lightened Lord Rossfield's person up. After the king's ransom we had off him, he deserves better than to see our bet. Besides, we'll need to learn to stand on our own if...
All right. But that doesn't mean you have to shoulder the burden. Is there anything I can do to...
There might be. How'd you fancy taking these to Martha and the Dame?
Rocks.
Rocks, he says. A little something Sid and I set aside for when times got lean. And I reckon 15 million in overdue debt probably qualifies. I just hope our associate...
I'm sure there will be.
Should be me making the rounds, really. But you know how it is with this place. Orders to bark, arses to wipe and all that.
I know. Which is why I don't mind going in your place.
Go. Do you know why I only gave Master Clive here 2 star rubies?
Because you'd rather Lady Karen kill...
Because I'd rather Lady Karen killed you. Yes.
Well...
Don't worry. I'm sure...
Really? Do you think so?
No. I don't. People take notice of wealthy men. Shouldn't be too hard to track down Karen's collector.
It's gone. The whole Mother Crystal gone.
Back again, are you? Any more trouble and you'll be barred for life, however deep your friend's pockets.
Welcome. If you're hoping for a bed, I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. One of our wealthier patrons.
My reputation will be ruined! Ruined!
Calm yourself, Lord Ignac, I beg of you, before you do yourself a mischief.
Pardon the intrusion, but...
Out! Get out! I paid for these rooms so I wouldn't be disturbed. Leave me be!
Please, allow me to apologize. His lordship is going through a difficult time, and he's never been fond of guests arriving unannounced.
Radim! Get rid of the filthy oaf this instant!
Very good, Lord Ignac. Would you mind stepping outside for a moment?
I'm sorry if I've caused you any trouble.
That? No. That's just how his lordship is. He has been dispossessed of his luggage, you see. The thieves also made away with a considerable...
I don't suppose a certain blade was among the stolen item. A single-edged sword. It was...
Ah, you...
Then I'll retrieve Lord Ignac's luggage.
You have but to state it. You are welcome to anything...
I want an audience with Lord Ignac. A few minutes should be enough.
A condition I would be a fool to refuse.
I don't suppose you saw where the thieves went?
I did not, no. Though some discreet inquiries may... Every ill-gotten coin in Dalamal is said to pass through that disreputable corner of the...
And that's where I'm heading.
I shall speak to Lord Ignac in your absence, and arrange for an audience upon your triumphant return.
That will be very kind of you.
Farewell, and best of luck.
Come on. Time to fight. Thanks, Gal. We've got company!
Come on, lads, let's tear the bastard's head off!
Too slow. Nice try. Well done, Torkov.
This must be Ignac's luggage. Nothing seems to be damaged. All right.
I hear I have you to thank for the return. What shall I call you, man?
Wyvern. Glad to make your acquaintance.
A formidable... Well, Wyvern, I appear to be in your debt. Redeem here tells me you wished for an audience. Is that all?
A few moments of your time should suffice, yes.
You're a peculiar fellow, Wyvern. All right.
Speak. Master Wyvern was wondering if you could tell him about a certain single-edged sword you recently acquired.
Oh, a true work of art, that one. Karen drove me hard on the price, but I would have sold her Radim here to get my hands on that sword. It was made in the Outer Isles, far beyond and is used exclusively by the practitioners of a unique school of swordsmanship. They believe no combat should ever exceed a single strike. Each sword is made for that one perfect stroke, and there's a brutal sort of beauty.
But how do they hone such an edge?
Why, they use a whetstones, rather. A whole array of them, ranging from the coarse to the fine. But it is the final stone which lends the blade its legendary sharpness. A mineral quite foreign to this great realm of ours. And that is the Wyvern. It occurs to me that my little lecture is hardly equal to service. Take this, together with my regards. The very stone of which I spoke, far rarer among collectors than even the blade itself, and a far more fitting payment.
Thank you.
Pardon the intrusion, my lordship. However, it is long past time we prepared ourselves to depart.
So it is. I am locked in bitter competition with a rival collector of curiosities. I am one step ahead of the unscrupulous scoundrel.
And there are many other collectors out there.
Too many to count, but only one do I consider my nemesis, and is a perennial thorn in my side.
I can imagine.
Farewell, Wyvern. May our paths cross again. Radim, we must...
I think his lordship is rather taken with you, master. Coming, my lordship.
Trust Uncle Byron to find such an interesting rival. Now, let's see what Blackthorn makes of this whetstone, shall we? Sorry for the... But hopefully he'll agree it was what...
You learned something about that sword, then?
I did better than...
A whetstone?
Yes.
No wonder I couldn't get the same finish on the grinding wheel. One hit and all done, eh? Might not be so bad if all you ever fought were duels. Good luck on the battlefield. Your second opponent would be your last, no matter how good you were.
Even so, is there some way it could be used to give the curse breakers an edge?
I think so, yeah. With this whetstone and the right kind of steel, but there'd be no replacing this little rock once I worn it down to a sliver. I reckon we get a dozen swords from it. Swords that the curse breakers wouldn't know how to wield properly, and that would see them through a single fire piece. Nah, no point trying to copy that thing. Be about finishing our blades with a whetstone this fine. Now, and what's finer than fallen masonry, eh? Or more hard-wearing, for that matter. Just imagine it. Good Valesthian steel, with an edge as sharp as any found. I won't make a copy, nah. I'll make something much...
I'm sure the curse breakers will be delighted. Just... don't push yourself too hard.
Don't you worry about me, sunshine. I've been working day and night since I was half your age, and I'll still be here when you're long... Hey, thanks, Clive. I owe you one. August too. It's good to know someone's looking out for me.
He'll be happy to hear you said that.
And I'll see that my debt to you's paid. First new blade I make's got your name on it. You come and find me when you've got the materials.
All right. I will.
Back, are ya?
What do you want? And?
He cracked the crystal tea? You're joking.
Clive, we weren't expecting you.
I wasn't expecting to be here, but it seems we still owe you a considerable amount of coin for your help with our rebuilding efforts. And though I doubt it's what you were expecting, we were hoping you'd take this as payment.
A star ruby? I can't accept this. It's worth at least twice what you owe me. More if you can find yourself the right buyer.
Think of the difference as interest.
Interest? If word got out I charged that much, no one would ever borrow from me again. Anyway, why are you the one here asking me about this? I'd have expected Otto. Bit much sending the Lord Marquis out to settle your debts, isn't it? The old goat working himself to death again.
Something like that. Most days I think he's the only reason the hideaway's still standing.
Same as always, eh? Back when the place was nothing but a twinkle in the eye of a recently retired Lord Commander, word is he was the first one Sid reached out to. Probably knew that without his strong arm and level head, the idea would never get off the ground. Sid may have been the face of the hideaway, but Otto's always been the backbone. And when Sid passed away, we were all worried that would be the end of it.
His death was hard on everyone. But it must have hit Otto hardest of all.
But he didn't give up, did he? Quite the opposite, in fact. If I recall, he was the one who nominated you as Sid's replacement. I reckon what he saw in Sid, he saw in you too. And don't we all? Doesn't hurt that you're half as stubborn and twice as handsome, neither. That, and you keep good company.
Naught but wild beasts, this end. All their twisted talons and gruesome maws used to turn my stomach. That was before I heard about the
Run like the wind.
You deserve a rest. Come on.
Fly, Ambrosia. So, do you like this one? Be safe.
Well, it's certainly quiet. If I were a giant antelope, it would seem like just the place. I doubt we'll find one bigger than that. Hungry, Torgal?
well.
Now, will it be enough, I wonder? I say that answers my question, which means we owe the lawsman our thanks. You're just a big puppy, aren't you? A very big puppy. You do know you can take that with you, Torgal. Lady Karen will be relieved to hear you've got your appetite back. Come on, boy.
I noticed you and Torgal had gone off somewhere.
You could say that.
So, Molly's leftovers will teach me for treating you like you're still a pup. All right, no need to shout. Now we know what you're after. I can see about Gaisel.
Speaking of which, I brought one for later.
You can, aye. Oh, nice like that. In return, you can thank Tomes for me.
I was just on my way to see him.
Oh, I'm never drinking.
Ah, Clive, were you able to locate your quarry?
We were indeed, lawsman. You pointed us in exactly the right direction.
Very good, very good.
Lady Karen sends her thanks, by the way, for your part in solving the mystery.
Ah. But that reminds me. Do you recall our conversation concerning Lady Jill's role in Torgal's transformation?
About how she somehow...
Well, precisely that. A reasonable conclusion, I thought. The Fenrir of legend served Shiva and Shiva alone, and while the powers attributed to him are certainly impressive, the records imply they are somewhat different in nature to those you described Torgal as having used.
What are you suggesting?
That Torgal may be the beneficiary of more than one icon's power. Consider that in addition to Lady Jill, he has served as a loyal companion to you. In short, the icons hitherto near at hand, or should I say at paw, and that number has only grown as the realm's dominance have fallen to your sword. One can but speculate as to how all of this has affected Torgal.
He has seemed more fierce.
And if I am not mistaken, he will grow fiercer still. We are for...
There's talk that the glass gate flood.
And what can I do for you? An excellent choice.
Did you hear? The gates to heaven are already open.
I want to see you again.
It's all right.
What am I going to do without Sweetwater and Olive Talc? Still no caravan from the dinner.
Milady, I come bearing gifts.
Gifts? Whatever is the occasion. Oh my. Clive, you really...
Otto asked me to settle the Hideaway's debt with the Veil, and to compensate you for the time it took us to do so.
I thought you might finally... Tell Otto he can keep his baubles. I tried. The man owes me nothing. My contribution to the restoration effort was made freely.
You once told me Sid did you a I'd like to do the same. Please, accept it. And for Otto's. For all of us. For all you've done.
It is rather fetching. Otto is lucky to have you, Clive. I doubt anything could ever replace his son. But you and the others at the
Otto had a son.
Long ago. Yes. Sid told me Otto lost him when he was just a boy, and blamed himself for not being able to stop it. I don't know how it happened, whether there was anything he could have done, but it was clear that it weighed heavily on him.
I didn't know.
How could you have? I doubt anyone did. Besides Sid, I've never met a man more keen to bear his sorrows in stoic silence. An ill habit, given that both have always been surrounded by friends desperate to help them.
I'm beginning to see that. Go will want to know the stones were delivered. If he's still with us.
Is that the thing Tomes helped to build?
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Goat. Still alive, I see. So Lady Karen accepted the ruby.
Ah, about that. But she was just too stubborn to touch.
She threw it right back in my face, in fact, and told me I could stick my stupid stone where the sun don't shine.
Karen refused payment.
I hope it wasn't something I said.
I'm sure you were as tactful as ever.
Oh, wonderful.
Lady Karen, Goat tells me you weren't happy with our offer. Would you prefer the debt was repaid in coin?
What debt? I don't recall lending any of you like me hard-earned gil. I may have tossed a talent or two in the Hideaway's coffers, but those were donations. And you can hardly call it charity if you go asking for it back.
Of course not. But one good turn deserves another. Surely you wouldn't shun the gratitude of a pauper who happened to have become a prince.
Oh, so you're a prince now, are you? Fine. But I'm selling it and taking what I'm owed, then you're getting the rest whether you like it or not. Where'd you even get this? A decent trader might nab 1,000 talents for a star ruby. A canny one, meanwhile, might claim it were nicked from the belt of Sid the Outlaw himself and ask twice. Might be I already have a buyer in mind. Might be you even know her. A fine continental maid whose beauty's only eclipsed by a guile in commerce. You wouldn't mind, would you?
Not at all. Just be sure to tell her that it's always...
I hear you ended up delivering all 3 stones. Thanks to this lump. I sometimes wonder what I pay you for.
Speaking of which,
Oh! So you remember what's owed to you, then? Get...
Right away.
I've seen that before.
You have, yeah. Plenty of time. It was the only goblet Sid ever used. Either out of habit...
I knew so little about him.
Like most people.
Martha and the Dame both seem to have fond memories of him.
I bet they do.
How long did you know Sid before he...
Before he died? 20 summers, give or take. Back in the day, I was a purser on a trade ship. Which is where I met him. He bought passage to... oh, forget where. And having nothing better to do on the long nights, we sat up drinking island rum till the morning bell dragged me back to my duty. Quit my post not long after that. On account of making a fine maiden's belly fat. But me and Sid stayed close, promising we'd one day sail the seas again. That was... before fate stepped in and said she was having none of it. The magic woke inside my son soon after his first name day. And there was no hiding his knack.
Couldn't you and your family have...
The family were the ones who summoned the constable, wanted the monster taken away. I couldn't turn my back on him. Forget what I felt, and I couldn't for the life of me understand how they could. Luckily, Sid was of the same mind as me. It was him who stood beside me when all I wanted was to tear the whole world down. Him who cried for me. Him who swore he'd do everything he could to stop it from happening again. And he was true to his word, too. Left the Royal Army once, threw away everything he had. All to right a wrong that no one else had the courage to face. I knew then I'd follow that man to the ends of the earth. He was always too clever for his own good, was Sid. Saw the world for what it really was, while the rest of us were content to go along with the lie we were shown. And it can't have been easy, bearing that burden alone. But he didn't let it stop him. He never lost faith in what he believed was right. And that gave us faith in him. Faith he'd steer us true. So I swore to myself that I'd always be right behind him, ready to catch the stubborn sod, if ever he should fall. But I couldn't even do that. Ignore me. Just the ramblings of a tired old man. Leave that lot. I'll tidy it up in a bit.
This is Sid's handwriting. Dear Otto.
I may be drunk, but I wanted you to know this place would be fucked without you. Love you, you grumpy old sod.
This note.
Hmm? What about it?
Sid was right. Without you, we'd all be lost.
He should have bloody well said so then. Just once. Before he went. But then, why would he? Him, or anyone? I'd only have told him to piss off. You're wrong, though. Both of you. It was never just me keeping the hideaway afloat. It was all of us. I just shoved people in the right direction. I barely seem to be able to do that anymore.
Would you rather go at the helm?
Well, maybe I've got a few more years left in me.
I'm going to hold you to that, Otto.
Before you go, Sid would have wanted you to have this.
But that's...
This'll do me just fine. Thanks for the ray of sunshine. I'll see if I can't pay you back.
Already have.
How may I help you today, Clive? Come to claim your just desserts? All done?
Clive! Anything catch your eye? Seen enough?
told me she was building a ship.
Is that the thing Tomes helped to build?
He cracked the crystal too? You're joking.
Good girl.
Faster!
No need to ride from here.
Yeah!
You deserve a rest.
The most
Now,
favored herbs.
Dusan, I know you're keen, but do you...
Oh, where did all the men of the rock go?
Plates and pots!
No, I'm telling you, it's gone.
Let's go. both of you, are there? that.
well.
You deserve a rest.
look happy.
Peace at last.
You lost, stranger. Wherever you're headed, it's back the way you came. You lost, stranger. Wherever you're headed, it's back the way you came.
Road is closed. Turn back.
Is that the thing Tomes helped to build?
Mid told me she was building a ship.
How may I help you today, Clive? Best of luck out there, Sid.
You cracked the crystal too? You're joking.
All right, Clive. Asterix. We'd finished sending half the hideaway traipsing across the twins, has she? I swear, that girl'd do anything to put off visiting her old dad's grave. No excuses now, though, eh?
Not quite. She said there was one final thing she had to take care of. I'm sure she'll be finished soon enough.
She said that? In those words?
She did, yes.
Clive? Were you born yesterday or something? There is no thing. She'll probably be halfway to Canva by now.
Mid. I might still be able to catch her.
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Really? That's a ship? Let's see. Is that the thing Tomes helped to build?
Obelith, have you seen Mid?
Yep. In a boat, going that way.
Then I'm too late.
You in a hurry at all, are you? Oh, I offered to take her across, but she wouldn't wait. Just paid for a dinghy and rowed off. Oars going. But anyway, I was got a letter. Urgent, by the sound of it. One of your uncle...
Thank you, Obelith.
Don't mention it.
What tidings, Uncle? Troubling. Canva. Well, I'll need someone to keep an eye on Mid.
So what? Mid got us to do all the dirty work and then just sailed off into the sunset?
It, seems that way.
Well, nothing we can do about it now. But next time you plan on visiting Sid, you might want to tie her to something before you suggest...
Ah, don't be so hard on her. Gotta admit, the dirty work was kind of fun. Everyone pitching in and all that bollocks. Just like when we built this place.
You're right.
Anyway, we all set to head to the old hideaway. I could do with getting to Canva pretty short. Wouldn't do to keep Lord Rosfield of the Seven High Houses waiting now, would it? Not after he...
Gav will be leaving with me. Will you mind?
You can count on me. Just be sure to give Sid and the others my regard.
Oh, by the way, Jill will be joining us. She's got some things to take care of, but she'll meet...
I hope she's telling the truth at least. Well, Sid, I remember what you told me. That If no one is listening to what you have to say, you may as well not say it. But I will say this, old friend. Hugo Kuka is gone. His shadow looms over us no longer.
It's a pity the Phoenix can't be in two places at once. If he'd have been with us, maybe he could have done something for the lost.
Not even the Phoenix can bring people back from the dead. Life has a beginning and an end. So we must live while we have the chance. And not as slaves to the crystals, but as free men.
May we join you?
Lady Karen, what a pleasant surprise.
I thought I'd drop by and see how you were all doing before heading off to restock my supplies. It wasn't the most scenic view back then, but it were never as bad as this.
I know. The Blight marches on. And soon, there will be no escaping sights like these. So our mission remains unchanged. We cannot stop until every Mother Crystal is gone, and their thirst for ether with them. The only one that remains in Storm is Drake's Tail in the Crystalline Dominion.
Our next target.
We're going to Twinside.
It's the capital of the Empire these days. I wouldn't like to think how tightly guarded they've got the place. Not that that'll stop you, but we do well to scout it out before you go charging in.
We would indeed.
If you're off to the Dominion, you can take this great lump with you.
Goods.
Oh, I am sorry. Have you forgotten you're the most wanted man in the Twins? I thought you might like to disguise yourselves as the attendants of a travelling trader, assuming you've no better ideas. You wanted to buy yourself some tools, didn't you? Well, now's your chance.
You're letting me go? With them? Oh, thanks, Nan!
Stop that! You'll break me bones, you great galoot! There's a caravan that runs back and forth between the Dominion and the Bocklad markets. It's managed by the Merchants Guild. Just show them Goots' traders pass and you'll be on your way. It'll be a damn sight less risky than footing it the length of the Crystal Road. That's for sure.
Thank you, Karen. And glad to have you with us, Goots.
Oh, okay then. I'll get me things and I'll meet yous there. See yous down in Bocklad.
Get off! Me poor fingers!
Jill, you're with me.
Understood.
And Gav?
Already on my way, Captain.
Be careful.
Aren't I always?
Do you see that, Sid? Your protege's making a proper little outlaw of himself.
How are you feeling?
Better. Thanks to Taya.
I'm glad to hear it.
And Torgal helped too. Thingy boy.
Run like the wind. This used to be a trade route for merchants crossing the Scars, till the Republic laid a new road wide enough to let wagons pass, and all official traffic moved there.
Leaving this one for those living outside the law.
Indeed. I doubt we'll be the only outlaws on the trail today.
So what do you think?
That we'd be lucky to make it out alive.
Really? It's as bad as that?
Oh, aye. There's trouble up ahead.
I take it there's danger on the road.
Oh, what about this fearsome-looking fellow?
Oh, no doubt. Well met, friend. My brother and I have been tasked with finding a merchant's missing cart. You seen it by any chance?
How does a merchant misplace his cart?
Oh, the man's a coward. When he thought goblins might come a-snarling, he ran, leaving his livelihood abandoned in the past.
He sent the two of us to fetch it, but it's gone. Now, I'm not much of a thinker, but I know the work of thieves when I see...
My brother's right on all accounts.
We may have seen our share of action, true, but
You, however, have the look of a man who needn't fear a band of backwater ruffians. Chances are they'll come for you either way. But if you promise to lend us a hand, at least you'll pocket a reward for your troubles.
Well, if I'm going to have to deal with them anyway.
You've clearly got a fine head on those.
We're lucky you came now. Hoping to make a heavy purse in Bocklad, our merchant friend loaded his cart with as much. Reckon he won't be forking over the rest of our fee if we don't find those goods. So, while you're seeing to those bandits, you keep your eyes open.
All right. Just don't expect me to drag the cart out of there myself.
No. You can leave the cart to us. You just put an end to those bandits and point us in the right direction. You do that, we'll take care of the rest.
I'm not sure I trust those two. But if there are bandits lying in wait, I should probably take care of them.
Look lively, you lot. We've got guests.
These must be our bandits.
To me!
That's them dealt with. Now, where's that cart? Getting all of this out of here will be a nightmare.
Seems we've found out.
Found the cart and didn't leave a single bastard breathing. Our merchant friend will be delighted.
And how exactly will he be getting his goods out of here?
You leave that to us. After all, it'd be wrong to make such a fine warrior haul cabbages to market.
You've done your part. And that's all you need to worry about. Here. It's been a pleasure. Now piss off.
There's no need to be so rude, brother. What if we want his help?
You've had your reward and you're not getting any more. Now piss off.
I see the Dalmex lag behind Rosaria when it comes to bridge building.
The fallen ruin should hold, at least. The path continues on the other side.
So this is Zemeckis.
The land of the gods. It's even more impressive than I imagined. I remember being captivated by the story as a child.
Man was overcome by avarice and challenged the gods in a bid to win their power. The final battle took place here, at these falls. Or so the legend goes. If anyone ever manages to plumb those depths, perhaps we'll learn if there's any truth to the tale.
That the gods emerged victorious and punished man for his defiance by visiting upon him 2 curses.
Dominance and bearers. To tell the truth, I always thought it strange that the dominant and their icons were deemed a curse. Back home, the dominant inherited the throne. They were admired and exalted, not spurned. Whenever I got to that part of the story, I always assumed there must be something I'd misunderstood.
You had a lot of storybooks, didn't you? In your room, I mean. When we were young.
The old legends were always my favorites. Epic battles between gods and men. Father encouraged me to read as much as I could. He thought it good for my education.
You really were a boy like any other, weren't you?
Just look at this place. It's enough to make you believe the legends are true.
I know.
We're not far from Boklad. The road will be busier up ahead.
And we'll have to keep our wits about us. Clive? Something wrong?
Nothing. It's nothing.
I see the reports are true, Father. You have surrendered the throne to Olivier.
I have. Emperor Olivier shall rebuild the Holy Empire of Sanbreque.
How is he to rule an empire? He is but a boy.
I shall advise him until he comes of age.
Father, please.
Or for as long as I am able. The empire we seek to build needs young blood to rule it, and I can think of none better suited to the task. There is other news, Dion. Hugo Kupka is dead, and Drake's Fang destroyed. The pillars of the Republic have fallen. Ere long, the Imperial banner shall fly over every city in Storm. And then, Valisthea. All shall bow before their Emperor.
Father, these are the words of a tyrant.
They are the words of a god. The Emperor whom I gladly serve. Great Greeker, made flesh. Return to your camp, Dion, and ready your forces. It is time to show the world the true power of Sanbreque.
Father. I find you much changed. Is this truly the path you wish to tread? Or are these the ambitions of another? Of Ultima, perhaps?
What nonsense is this? I speak my mind, and my mind only. Though I do owe Annabella thanks for reminding me of certain truths regarding the nature of nations, of rulers, and of the divine.
You would trust the words of this traitress? She betrayed her country. She slew her husband.
You have ever been an invaluable servant to Sanbreque, Prince Dion. I trust you will continue to serve your Emperor in the wars to come.
The canker! Silence! Insolent wretch! You will bend the knee. All else is heresy.
Sire, forgive me.
This audience is over. Come, your Radiance. The Rowena Syndicate awaits your pleasure.
Oh, not another meeting with silly old men. They're so boring. I'm hungry, Father. Can't we have luncheon instead?
Does it pain you that you will not inherit your father's throne?
I have... suffered worse.
Count your blessings, Dion. For a base-born child to be chosen by Bahamut is miracle enough. You have risen high on his wings, but you shall rise no higher, lest your impure blood stain the throne.
What do you know of my blood?
The Boklab markets are to the north. We just need to hug the coast.
Infiltrating the Dominion won't be easy with the Imperials on high alert.
No. His Radiance has lost one capital already. We can be sure Sylvester will do everything in his power to hold on to Twinside. His troops are well trained and increasingly battle-hardened. But it's not as if we can wait for the siege to end.
They've closed the road to Randalar.
If the siege breaks, they'll need more than this to stop the Imperial legions marching on the capital.
Oh, I'm done for. If I can't get these goods to Randalar, how will I pay for my bread?
We'll just have to beg for it. Like everyone else. If you haven't got a pass, you're not getting through. Please, I'm begging you.
Come on. Faster!
Not much further to Brockford now.
He deserves a rest.
It's over.
refugees.
And they're all making for the crystalline dominion.
Because they don't know how to live without the crystal's blessing.
There are no crystals here.
This is where we're supposed to meet Goots, isn't it?
That's right. He said he'd wait for us here after replenishing his supplies. I dare say he'll have finished by now.
Porter for hire. The best service at the best price. Others will carry off your fortune. You won't find a finer array this side of the strait. Many thanks. You've a discerning eye. Many thanks. You're welcome anytime. Out of my... Sight, wretch.
I've no use for a branded who can't even... my cup.